Test, test. Madam President, the time is 5:30 p.m.
We're gonna be good. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the regular board meeting for Adelanto Elementary School District. The time is 5:30. We're gonna do a roll call. Have quorum establishment. Ms. LeVey, will you please take roll?
Trustee Stewart,
Present.
Trustee Turner,
Turner present.
Trustee Soto,
Soto present.
Trustee Webster is not here tonight, and Trustee LaFrench.
Love French is here. We have a quorum. Would everyone please stand and place your right hand over your heart? Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Out of my excitement for being here tonight, I think I forgot to mention that today is Tuesday, September the 24th, 2024. Adoption of the agenda. Ms. LeVey, do we have any proposed additions, deletions, and adjustment in order of business?
Madam President, we do not.
Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Trustees, I need a motion to adopt the agenda.
Soto, I motion that we adopt.
Stewart, I second.
Thank you. Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner, Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, I.
Trustee LaFrench.
Love French, aye. Motion pass. Section 3, Cabinet's reports with Dr. Walker.
Thank you, Madam President. We're going to start with our Assistant Sup of Academic Services, Dr. Dwizon.
Okay, good evening, President Love French, our Board of Trustees, our AESD staff and community. I'm honored to share some brief highlights on behalf of our Academic Services Division. So as of today, we have 7,665 students, and our attendance rate for the last week was 93.44%. We are happy to celebrate all 14 of our schools tomorrow evening from 5 to 7 at the Apple Valley County Education Office. This is for PBIS Awards. The district received a Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative School-Linked Partnership and Capacity Grant. That's a big name. But we're, for shortened in education, we like acronyms. It's the CYBHI grant. So that grant is in the total of $579,465.04. This grant is intended as an implementation grant from the state of California. And the goal of the grant and the outcome is to improve access to behavioral health, mental health services for our students. So we do look forward to preparing more information and bringing this forward to you at an upcoming meeting. All diagnostic testing concludes this week as our kindergarten and our dual immersion students wrap up their iReady testing this Friday. This week is College and Career Week, so we have lots of special activities, spirit days, college discussions, and guest speakers. Don't forget, we will have our first District Avid Parent Night this Thursday from 4:30 to 6 at Columbia Middle School. AESD will be recognized for our work in AVID implementation at the first annual AVID Impact Awards on October 29th in Ontario. This award ceremony covers the counties of San Bernardino, Riverside, Inyo, and Mono counties. So this work would have not been possible without our school leaders, teachers, and support staff at Columbia, Mesa Linda, Ted Vick, Westside Park, Braddock, Morgan Kincaid, and El Mirage, all 7 of our schools in AVID. And a huge thank you to our district coordinator, Lori Latimer, for her role in keeping us on track. I want to thank all those involved across our district to help us close and affirm IEPs in the past month. We've done a great deal of expectations, and I do want to give kudos to our leadership in special education, Dr. Best and Ms. Perez. Academic Services is also planning to put in place a Saturday school session and a before school session this year. So we do have more details to come about that in the coming months as we implement these very important needs and programs in our district. At this time, that concludes for Academic Services.
Thank you, Dr. Dwyzon. At this time, we will have our Assistant Soup of Business Services, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you and good evening, President LaFrench, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, community members. It's always a pleasure to serve our district. I have a couple of updates to share. Last week, I had the pleasure of attending our first Safety and Wellness Committee conducted by our Director of Risk Management in the district boardroom. We discussed avenues of resources, support, and feedback. We also discussed new workplace violence and prevention program and upcoming training in CPR, first aid, and AED. We encourage our district staff to attend future meetings to learn more about it and to help facilitate safety in the workplace and on campus. I want to recognize our fiscal services team last week. They were diligently responding to our independent auditors, Edie Bailey, who were here on site Wednesday through Friday, focusing on our 23-24 audit close. Also, a big thank you to all of our departments and sites for their timely responses to any new audit requests. As we transition our focus from last fiscal year, we are already gearing up and preparing for our first interim by reviewing budgets, current year apportionments, and compliance. Our Director of Fiscal Services will be meeting with the site admin to review their site budgets to help answer any questions they may have, as well as facilitating any expenditures. We also have a new ASB manual that will be coming out, along with future trainings to our staff. This week, the Central Kitchen was busy processing delicious fresh cantaloupe for our students to enjoy and taste. And next week, they will be hosting a fun taste test at George to gather student feedback on some new menu items. Thank you to our CNS team. Tomorrow, I will be attending our PBIS recognition event for our schools that had demonstrated dedication and commitment to supporting their students, staff, families, and community. And on Saturday, I will be attending the grand opening ceremony for our new community park at Chamberlain Way. As summer transitions into fall, we are greeted with a season of transformation. The air becomes crisper, the days grow shorter, and the vibrant colors of nature remind us of the beauty in change. Let us take these last 7 days of the month of September and reflect on what we have accomplished in the first 2 months of the year. As always, thank you, and it's a pleasure serving our district.
And those are the reports. I will share my report at the end.
Thank you very much. Section 4, staff reports and presentations. Dr. Walker.
At this time, we have Academic Services, Dr. Dwyzon.
So this first presentation is for the Art and Music Block Grant, which we brought the plan forward at our last board meeting. This is a new yearly report that shows the expenditures of the Art and Music Block Grant. This funding ensures that at least 80% of the funds will be expended to employ certificated or classified employees to provide arts education program instruction. The remaining funds must be used for training, supplies, and materials in arts educational programs, with no more than 1% of funds received to be used for administrative expenses. This requires an annual report with board approval and submission to the California Department of Education. For this report, since this is new grant funding being implemented, there are no data points to share with the board this evening, but we still need to make sure that we turn this in. So we look forward to providing these updates quarterly and yearly.
Thank you. The next one is the ELOP grant.
Good evening to our AESD community. This evening, Carol Coburn and myself will present the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program Plan, or ELOP, for 24-25. Sorry, 24-27. Okay. Expanded Learning Programs provides before school, after school, intersession, and summer opportunities that focus on developing the academic, social, emotional, and physical needs and interests of our students. The Expanded Learning Opportunity Program was established in the 21-22 school year and requires the LEAs to offer all unduplicated pupils in grades TK through 8 access to comprehensive 6 after-school comprehensive intersession expanded learning opportunities. Our unduplicated pupils are English learners, foster youth, students experiencing homelessness, and economically disadvantaged students. ELOP is intended to expand learning programs to be pupil-centered, results-driven, inclusive of our community partners, and complement the learning activities that take place during the regular school day. So this is a $4 billion investment from our state of California. This funding is for schools to provide more learning opportunities outside of the regular school day and the school day calendar. They provide safe places for our students and essential care to working families and increase school attendance and improve academic outcomes and graduation rates. Just as important, these programs give kids time to explore their passions, have fun, be creative, and build community. Adelanto Elementary School District allocation for this year is $11,642,969 for this school year. Some of the requirements, in implementing this, there are requirements that we must follow. So we must provide a minimum of 9 hours of care for qualified students during our 180 days, our school calendar. 9 hours includes the full day of school, plus any before school and after school for at least 9 hours. So 9 hours is the requirement. We must provide no less than 9 hours of in-person expanded learning opportunities per day for at least 30 non-instructional days, including intersession. So when the school is off, we still offer intersession, and we offer summer school opportunities. And that counts, we must provide an additional 30 days outside of our calendar year. We provide a minimum of 210 days of support, so the 180 plus 30. And then the staffing ratios for our TKK are 10-1, and our 1st through 6 are 20-1. This slide highlights some of the benefits of our ELOP program. There are academic, social, emotional, and physical benefits. Didn't show. So I'm sorry, this one's not showing the data. So I do believe you have it in front of you, so I can talk to it, and we'll make sure we get that right slide. So the next few slides show portions of the feedback that we received from our educational partners as examples to guide our plan. So this first slide shows the responses that we received from schools, of which all 14 are represented and all grade levels are represented. So we received a total of 775 survey responses from our community. The next slide shows interest in the program with offerings such as academic support, arts and crafts, physical activities, STEM, music and drama, cooking, and social emotional support and programs. You will see that the majority of the community is very interested in all of these things. You will see a few responses from our parents. 87% of parents like the fact that their child has the opportunity to socialize with other students. 82% of parents like the variety that's offered, and 80% say the staff is friendly and supportive. The final feedback slide is feedback that we received from students, staff, community, and also our Board of Trustees for the types of programs and things that you want to see in the after-school program. So just to name a few, there are quite a few listed. Science, they have sports, gymnastics, before and after school programs, dance, cheer, gardening. We had many who want crochet, knitting, sewing, and field trips were very popular. At this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to our Director of Academic Services, Carol Coburn.
Good evening. I'd like to go ahead and go on to the next section that explains the components that are required of an ELOP plan. So there are 11 components. The first is safe and supportive environment, active and engaged learning, skill building, youth voice and leadership, healthy choices and behaviors, diversity, access, and equity, quality staff, a clear vision, mission, and purpose, collaborative partnerships, continuous quality improvement, and program management. So the next couple slides, we'll take a closer look at these. So for the safe and supportive environment, we want to make sure that we have a safe place for students to be after school. We have a setup in that safe space, a system of support that encompasses our positive behavior interventions and supports. It also aligns to our district positive and culture and climate plan. We have caring mentors, and the activities allow students to build friendships and support networks with peers. Lots of the activities that you'll see in our after-school program involve team building and group projects. For the social-emotional part, we want to make sure that throughout all of our activities that we are integrating our positive relationships and teaching our students how to do that, and so that they can maintain those positive relationships as they go through life. The program is offered at every site location, so we have 14 safe and supportive environments for our students to be after school. Also, we have active and engaged learning, which is the second component. So we want to make sure that our after-school program complements some of the instruction that the kids are receiving during the school day. We do have our principals that meet with the program leaders on a monthly basis to go through these instructional components so that we can try and match some of the practice opportunities that our kids have in after school with what they're learning in the instructional day. Our programs are offered after school, during intersession, and during summer break, and coming soon before school. We want our kids to also, while they're engaging in all the activities after school, make those real-world connections so that they can see what they're learning applies to things in the real world around them. We also want to make sure that we're helping them to foster critical thinking and solve problems. Next slide. For our skill building, we have our summer enrichment camp. I highlighted this one specifically because that gives our students an opportunity to really solidify or get that focused instruction on those priority standards that they've been working on in their grade level all year long. So our certificated teaching staff really work with the kids during summer enrichment camp on that. They also have time to provide targeted intervention and skill building for students that maybe haven't mastered some of those prerequisite skills for their standards. We also engage in a lot of project-based learning, enrichment activities, and social emotional, which help build those life skills that we want our students to go out into the world with. Youth voice and leadership is a huge part of what we want to develop in our students. We want them to understand that we create a safe space for expression. We want students to lead discussions on topics that are relevant to them and things that they're interested in. We do offer a lot of choice activities and projects that empower them to work in groups and then take those ownership roles within those groups and lead their peers in learning. We also provide them to share public presentations, so that we might have them introduce the activity. You might see this at one of their evening outside. Their lights out is a good example where the students are standing in front of their project board and they tell you all about what they learned, what they did, the process through. So we give them those opportunities. And we also train and mentor students to take on roles within the program. So leading a group activity, they might be mentoring or working with younger students or assisting their instructors with the activity. We want them to make healthy choices and have healthy behaviors, so we encourage physical activity. We make sure that our students have breaks. It's very, and we need to do this more ourselves as working adults, taking breaks to help them re-energize and get refocused. Because sitting all day or for long periods of time creates fatigue. We also have our staff design their lessons that incorporate movement whenever possible. So games, hands-on projects, we do study trips, and then sports, of course, will incorporate a lot of that. We also make sure that our students have healthy breakfast, lunch, supper, and snacks at no cost to students, because we know that that's an important part of day is keeping your brain fed with nutritious food. Diversity and equity and access is the next component. So we want to make sure that all of our activities that are planned provide equity for our students, that incorporate development of a better understanding and appreciation for diverse cultures and their values. Program planning is done through a cultural lens. So we meet with, I meet with the Action Youth America and the Millionaire Mind Kids programs, who are our main two after-school programs, and we talk about upcoming activities, months, and try to put as much culture into the activities that the kids are doing to show all the different diverse cultures that we have within our district, and so that they can make sure that they're representative of everyone. We also make sure that we have equal access for our families, so we have bilingual staff to assist with any of our Spanish-speaking families so that they feel like they're included in part of the voice and choice of our schools. Transportation is offered to students on existing bus routes to reduce those barriers to participation, and we're going to make sure that all of our school sites have access to that after school as well. Next slide. Some other components is we have to have quality staff. So our teachers and clerical all are high quality staff. Our community partners, we go through a bid process with them to really pick and select the best program possible for our students. Within that program, they hire their staff, and as we're doing our quality review, we look at the staff members that are interacting with our kids and provide feedback and make changes as we see needed. We also provide ongoing training for our partners. in PBIS, engaging teaching methods, social emotional, building relationships with students so that they have, the best and most recent research and strategies and techniques to use with our students. We have to have a clear vision, mission, and purpose. And so our vision for our ELOP program is to create a vibrant learning environment that extends beyond the traditional school year, fostering a love of learning and continuous growth in all students. Our mission is to provide engaging and enriching programs during intersession and summer breaks to support academic achievement and prevent learning loss, offer opportunities for exploration, creativity, and skill development, bridge the gap between academic disciplines and real-world applications, cultivate a sense of community and belonging for all students. Our purpose is, for our plan, is to offer a cohesive segment of the child's day that fluidly allows them to transition from their school day routine to their after-school activities. The goal is to cultivate a meaningful learning environment that enhances the child's expanded learning experience. Slide 15. So we do have to incorporate collaborative partnerships. We can't do this without extra supports. And so we have partnered with Action Youth America and Millionaire Mind Kids to provide our main after-school programs for students. We have also incorporated the partnership of Lift Enrichment to provide cooking classes to our students, which they absolutely, that's their number one favorite class out there. We have study trips, so we'll take kids to places to see the Science Museum, Museum of Tolerance. We just did Calico. So opportunities for them to see real world experiences and things that they might not necessarily get to experience on their own. We have assemblies that we bring in for students. We provide parent surveys and program evaluation for continuous improvement. And then we are going to be looking for a partnership to add to our before school programs. For continuous improvement, it's important that we are always looking at our program and making sure that we are providing a high quality program to all of our students. And so we do incorporate the feedback from staff, from parents, from students, from teachers, and partners. Annual data collection is in the form of surveys, meetings, and interviews. And then through that, we do an improved action step for an area of focus. So after we've identified those areas of focus, we look for what professional development is needed, what curriculum revision may be needed, what are our targeted supports, and how can we engage our parents, because that's the forefront of this program is to get that community involvement and that parent engagement. Slide 16 talks about our program management. So with our program, we do have an oversight. So we have our Assistant Superintendent of Academic Services, the Director of Academic Services involved. We are looking and hiring right now for a coordinator of ELOP. We collaborate with other district and site administrators. We also guide the program improvement process. We submit our data reports to the California Department of Education. We collect and monitor attendance reporting, which is also a requirement of the state. We facilitate partnership meetings and trainings on a regular basis. I do meet with all of our partners every 2 weeks just to touch base with them or to talk about upcoming things. We have a professional development plan that we start the year with so that we can plan out professional development for them based on our needs. We pursue any community new partnerships that we want to bring in based on our data. And then we plan for our intersession and summer enrichment camp with the help of our ADTA partners. We also provide program information to the district community. The next two slides talk about the proposed budget. So we have provided the board a copy of the anticipated expenditures. It is on a blue sheet that looks like this. So we did receive an allotment of $11,642,969 for the 2024-25 school year. You can see that we've proposed a budget for this total dollar amount. We want to try and spend every dollar that we got. The categories of money includes certificated salaries, classified salaries, welfare and benefits, instructional materials and supplies, services and contracts, and indirect costs. That is a percentage set by the state that we have to allot for that. These costs include planned expenditures for the after-school program, intercession, so all the staffing needs, all the instructional materials that we may need to purchase, transportation, custodial, study trips that are going to be planned for students to go to this year, assemblies, transportation for students so that they have access to programs, so after-school busing and any before-school busing that we may need, and then personnel. So we will need a lot of personnel to help us with this. So you can see that we tried to plan out for every expenditure that we could think of to make sure that we're spending the money in the areas wisely. We know that there'll be some adjustments, but this is our proposed plan for this year. So at this time, I just want to say thank you again for allowing me to come in front of you and present this plan for expanded learning and opportunities. And at this time, we would like to take any questions that you may have.
Your microphone.
I just have one question. I know that you said that for the arts and for the Proposition 28 for the arts and music in schools, that you'll provide like quarterly reports to us. Can the same thing be done for the ELOP plan as well? That way we'll get information on, like how much money you have left, how much money you spent, quarterly as well.
Yes, so thank you for that question. We were actually just talking about that yesterday. So we will provide actually quarterly updates on all of our categoricals so that you can see that we are spending the money and making sure our students are getting what they need.
Thank you.
I do have a couple questions, Madam President. Okay. On the ELAB requirements, you mentioned 30 non-instructional days. Are you still required to complete the 9 hours during those instructional days?
Yes.
And how would you go about doing that?
So during intercession, we have our after-school program who tonight that's one of the proposed expenditures. They run a 9-hour day from 8:30 to 5:30. And then for summer intercession, we have our teachers that come and do the instruction for the 4 hours, and then our after-school program takes after for the additional amount of hours to equal the 9-hour days.
Okay, thank you for that. I know you mentioned that. That's my notes here. That the daily instruction go over into the after-school program. So how is that? I know you mentioned that they meet with the principal, but how are we actually bringing in what our children actually need, the learning that they need?
So what I have instructed our after-school program to do is to have their site coordinators meet with each of the school site principals so they can go through what the plan is and what the focus is in early literacy, in reading, and in math. And I have purchased last year, and we can purchase again this year, things for the students to practice with, like sight word cards and different games that allow them to practice those skills. Math manipulatives and games that the kids can work on to really solidify those particular skills. And again, it's based off of the monthly meeting with the principal, where they've identified here are the things that our kinders are working on, and they might give them like the list of sight words that the kinders are working on for that period of time. And then in the after school, they have the kids working and practicing on those things.
Okay. Also on homework, is homework being offered in the after-school
So
program?
homework
and
is-
tutoring?
So homework
Because
is
I mentioned
offered for
tutoring.
30 minutes. Homework help is provided. During that time, there are some kids that come with nothing. And so that's when, we can add in those extra things of practice that we've have purchased for them. And then tutoring, we are looking to do a push-in tutoring this year. We have to go out for bid for a tutoring company to do more high-intensity tutoring for our students.
Okay, back to the homework. One of my concerns in the after-school program, and I've stated this over the years, that a student is at school, at Mesa Linda, let's use Morgan Kincaid, from 7:30, 7 o'clock, 7:30 until 6 o'clock. They go home, if their homework is not done, then they have to do homework. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
I think more emphasis should be placed on homework in the after-school program with tutoring, and I'm glad that you mentioned we're going to be doing that. But I want our children prepared. When they go home, they spend time with their families and eat dinner, not working on homework. And, we provide that 9 hours. We should be providing everything that they need, to excel academically. And I'm looking at the survey, and I'm really glad. And this is a survey throughout the entire district?
Yes, at every 14 schools.
Okay. In a reading program, a lot of our kids have problem reading. Our early, not even our early, I think our early age children are doing much better than our older students. So what are we doing to increase their reading levels in this program?
So part of what we do is that teaming where the principal is talking to the leader and making sure that the day flows into the afternoon. So we also provide items such as could be books for reading, making sure that they're answering questions. And I think what's also important is the ongoing training. Many of our staff in the after-school program, they're college age, so there's much training that goes with them as well, because we want to make sure that we equip them to be able to support our students during that time in which they're doing their studies.
And how are we monitoring this? How are we, the district, monitoring this?
I'm going to let Carol go into deeper detail, but she does meet with the after-school program every 2 weeks, I believe.
So I do have a set agenda of things that I have to, that I want to make sure that we cover every 2 weeks with them. And academic focus is on there. As far as reading support, early literacy, reading support, and math skills, I ask them what is your staff doing, to help support the students' needs. What you asked about data. So we do have an iReady assessment that we use during the school day. And we look at growth over time. And so I know that our school sites are really digging into that right now. And that is what we are going to use as our data point for our students in our after-school program, because it should be helping to support their growth, and we should be seeing their growth as well. And that also helps us to kind of identify the needs of those particular students in our after-school program.
The safe and supportive environment, explain that. How does that look?
So each of our students is assigned to a group of students, or to a group, and there is a leader for that group, and they go everywhere together. So they're in a classroom together. They walk to the restrooms together. They walk to the NPR together.
And this is during the school year or after?
This is after school, our after school programs.
Okay.
And they, sorry, I lost my train of thought. They have to have eyes on all of their students all of the time, except for when the student maybe goes in the bathroom, but they're standing like right outside. So it is something that we carefully monitor. That is one of the look-fors that when I do my visits, which I do at least two campuses a week. Sometimes I do more because I want to see what the kids are doing. And they adhere to that very, 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 very well. I've only seen maybe one or two instances where I've seen a student walking, and I don't see an adult like next to the student, but there's like an adult right down there greeting the student. In our Millionaire Mind kids, they actually walk the kids. If they're individually, they escort them up and down. So, we want the kids to feel safe and secure at all times, to know that somebody is there watching them, looking for any safety concerns and addressing them. Even out on the playground, they are within an area doing a group activity together. So we want to maintain that safe and secure environment at all times for students.
One more question. You here in number 10, annual data collected from surveys, meetings, and interviews. Annual, do you, I believe that's a long time. Do you look back at that and maybe do midterm surveys
So
and
this year,
review the program?
this year we're adding in an additional survey.
Okay.
So we did a beginning of the year survey that just went out. We're going to do another one in January, and then we're going to do one at the end of the year.
Okay.
And that's going to be our continuous cycle moving forward. So we've added in, because usually we do the beginning of the year and the end of the year. And I agree with you. We need something mid-year to see, are we meeting our target? And if not, make, those adjustments.
Okay. So no more giving back money.
No more giving back money. Nope. We want to use every dollar.
It's $9 million.
Yeah, we will.
Was a lot of money to
We
give
will
back.
use
We do
every-
not want to do that.
So I do want to thank Ms. Gonzalez and her team. We continue to work together to make sure that the resources are aligned and how we're tracking it is aligned. And so we really look forward to showing you that no money will be going back.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Trustee Soto has questions.
Thank you, Madam President. Those are excellent questions by Trustee Turner. I did want to follow up on the 9 hours of care. It sounds like we're providing the 9 hours of care, but it doesn't sound like we're necessarily forcing or requiring those students that qualify under ELAP to attend these before school programs. Is that correct?
So this is a voluntary program by parents' request. So we aren't forcing anybody to come, but we are offering them, and even offering that transportation piece so that they can have that access.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I guess I also wanted to follow up with the students and how they're surveyed. I guess when it comes to the programs that we're implementing, how much of students are involved in the process? And I guess I want to be more specific when it comes to perhaps assemblies. These are an opportunity for our students to not only learn, but perhaps to have some fun and perhaps to also continue to have them to attend school. And so I think having them a part of the surveys or having them engaged in that process is going to be helpful for the district and for the students.
Yeah, so that's why I included interviews, because with most of our kids, with 7th and 8th graders, you don't have to have parent permission to give the interview, but with K or TK6, you have to have a signed parent consent to do a survey, So I go out and we interview the students. What do you like? We write it down. What other opportunities would you like to do? So they'll even down to the food. What food do you like? What food do you not like? So for last summer school session, we had two specific assemblies that we brought in. One was the STEAM Museum. And that one was driven by interviews from students at the middle school level. They wanted to do more hands-on STEM activities. And so I was able to find, something that matched something that they really wanted to see. And with our younger kids, they wanted music. And then, movement and sports. So I brought drum perks in. And so, those two assemblies were specific from student interview data that we have.
Excellent. Thank you for that comprehensive answer.
Yeah.
And yes, they tend to be very vocal students nowadays.
Yes, they do.
So thank you for that. I believe that's all my questions. Oh, when it comes to social emotional learning, number 3, skill building, how does that kind of look like? We talk about perhaps is this like an activity, the program will implement? Is this just kind of a conversation? Is this kind of a culture that we're trying to establish? How does that kind of look like?
So we do have curriculum in the after-school program that they use. They use Sanford Harmony. And what we've done is we've gone through those lessons to kind of match them to some of the activities that they're doing. And so they would do a lesson with the students, teaching them, maybe a management skill. How do you wait your turn, patiently and cheer on, your fellow teammates. So they talk about that, and then they actually incorporate it into their sports and their daily activities. Like I said, they do have the Sanford Harmony as their base curriculum, but they don't sit there and teach like a lesson a day out of it. They take it, they teach it, and then they encompass it so the kids can be practicing it, and then it becomes a part of that program. And with every program, you have to go back and revisit. When you see maybe kids not following so well, to reinforce that. So.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's all the questions I have, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, I do, really quick. Well, I did have a question, but then I looked through the budget breakdown, and it says that you have budgeted two counselors, I believe, which would help with the SEL and to support our kids if they needed support in that area.
Yeah, so absolutely. So with what's happening within our school days, and it carries over into the after school, we thought that it would be really important to have two full times that could travel. And based on need, they could even do social skill lessons. They could present maybe harder topics for the kids to learn. But we have a need out there for this right now, and so allotting two counselors just for that program, I think is a good use of funds for our students.
So is there a clear procedure for the after school program to follow? So if a student needs those services, they know what to do.
Yeah, so currently we have in place that we have three programs. So our three program leads would contact me when they have a student in need. We do have our district social worker, and so we do usually contact and call on her to go out and help support. Or if it's late in the evening, like close to closing, we always make sure that a counselor's there the next day to follow up with the student, even after contacting parent if necessary. So with this, we could streamline it so that the counselor could immediately go out to that site, and provide what's needed to the student. So instead of having to wait a little bit longer to receive that, they would be right then and there, and of course, if it's an emergency, then we have emergency procedures that we follow and refer out to crisis counseling or, other centers around that can help as well.
All right, thank you. And just one more thing, I just want to say that as a single mom, a before school program was very helpful for me, so that I had a place to take my kids, so I could go to work, and I'm really looking forward into seeing that implemented.
I want to give kudos to our board because you have been very vocal and adamant that we have that service available for our families. So we're excited about that, and we thank you.
Thank you.
When will the before school program start?
I'm looking at Julie. So our projected date for the before school, we need a little bit more time because we have to take things out to bid. So the projected time is January, right after winter break. Okay. That's the projection that we have at this time.
Okay, thank you. And one other question. The discipline in the after-school program, how are we addressing that?
So luckily, we don't have a huge amount of discipline coming in our after-school program, but we do have the program lead that's at the site that actually would take that student. We have a quiet area for them where they can sit. They might do a reflection activity. It depends on what's happening with that. They do the full investigation like they do within the school day. They reach out to let the administrators know of the incident that occurred. What has happened, because we don't want anything crossing over into the school day the following day.
Right.
And in a lot of cases, if it's a major incident, the principal actually supports the staff during that time. If it is a major discipline, they call me immediately, and I either go out to help support or I give them the support over the phone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you. Section 5, closed session declaration. Will be taking items 5.02 through 5.07 into closed session. Public testimony before closed session. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comment, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listen carefully and appreciate input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentations depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Moving right along, do we have any speakers for ADTA?
Madam President, the board calls on Jennifer Rader.
Good evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Madam President, Cabinet, Dr. Walker. Thank you for having me up here. I'd like to begin by offering my congratulations to Dr. Walker for her appointment to interim superintendent. I have every confidence that under her leadership, we can remedy many of the issues in AESD and improve our culture to the point where qualified and quality leaders and teachers and staff will be attracted to AESD to augment and enrich our ranks. I'm trying very hard not to be dismayed by the game of musical superintendents that we've been involved in. 4 superintendents in 4 years is a terrible reality, and 3 of those were and are interim. Mr. Krause's tenure as superintendent was only 1 month after spending months with the designation of interim. So the last superintendent we had was Dr. Mitchell from 2020 to 2021. So it's been 4 years without a permanent captain at the helm of this ship. It's exciting that more than $1 million is available through Prop 8 for our arts and music programs. I look forward to learning how this will be manifested in our district. Everyone should know, Dr. Dwyer mentioned it tonight already, that 80% of the money will be spent on new salaries, 20% on supplies and materials, with less than 1% on administrative overhead. And that sounds to me like full-time art and music teachers for each campus. I'm also interested to see all the ways that there are more than 11.5 million of ELOP funds are being spent. ELOP is Extended Learning Opportunities Program and can be used for all kinds of before and after school activities. We've used it in the past for summer school, but it is still funding that can be spent on sports, games, tutoring, SEL, exercise, nutrition, study trips, AYA, Millionaire Minds Kids, assemblies, all kinds of programs. However, it is ADTA's position that these opportunities need to be extended first to our teaching staff before outsourcing. Studies show that literacy improves when the instruction is given by a teacher. Now, I don't advocate for our CSEA community, so I want to make sure I stay in my own lane, but I can speak to the effect something is having on our teachers. It is really problematic that we only have 6 IT technicians to serve 14 schools, which includes some pretty large elementary schools, 3 middle schools, plus the independent study program. There is simply too much work for these 6 people to do. In this technology-driven era, having Vivi down or Chromebooks inoperable or the internet or phones or even printers malfunctioning, the work of the school comes to a grinding halt. Now, most of us veteran teachers know a thing or two about teaching without technology, but even that involves time and preparation to execute, not to mention functional copier machines at the very least. We've lost many good IT employees to other districts because the pay is better over there, and that's all I'll say about that. Mesa Linda Middle School was awarded the PBIS Silver Medal this year. However, the teachers are reporting that there are no consequences for violent students. Tardies in cutting class is not being addressed. Kids are out of class and ditching all day. There is a pervasive lack of respect for teachers from students. The teachers are telling me it's the worst it's ever been. Multiple windows have been broken in by students. Banging and kicking of doors in the afternoon is constant, ding-dong ditching. There's destruction of school property, Chromebooks, and desks. Students are fighting each other and assaulting adults on campus. Suspended students are being dropped off to school by parents who disagree with the suspension. Security is not supported, and morale is low. I have to ask where the PBIS accolades are coming from. Is it because these problems are simply not addressed and not reported? I don't mean to pick on Mesa Linda. I'm sure these problems are ubiquitous in this district. Mesa Linda is just one example of a school with serious problems that is still being honored for PBIS successes. I just have to ask how our schools are really doing, PBIS awards notwithstanding. This leads rather fluidly into my next train of thought. I thought that Blue Night was not allowed on campus, but are they being deployed to counteract the various threats our schools are having? There seems to be a trend among kids all across the high desert with threatening gun violence on our campuses. The danger with all these false predictions or false threats is that a real threat will not be recognized, the boy who cried wolf. Statistically, the chances of having a problem with gun violence at schools in America is literally infinitesimal, despite the devastating news stories from time to time. Nevertheless, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and preparation is necessary. I highly recommend the active shooter training that is offered from time to time, and I suggest everyone take these opportunities again and again because you'll learn something new each time. The training we went through was thorough and excellent. It is crucial that our teachers and staff are informed about these threats, whether credible or not. There used to be a code to let everyone know if there was some kind of threat on campus, whether it was an adult causing a ruckus or a student on a rampage or even police action in the neighborhood. We would hear an all call, "There is no pepperoni on the pizza today." And all the staff knew, lock down, lay low, but the students didn't panic. And now I've said that publicly, we'll have to change our code. Use another code phrase, but that was like 20 years ago. So I felt okay revealing it. More importantly, every office at every school should know steps 1, 2, 3 when faced with some kind of a threat. And all of that should be 100% carried out every time. Now, to change the subject somewhat, I am fervently hoping we can revisit our negotiations, seeing as our tentative agreement for 23-24 was not ratified. We will be expecting the budget for 23 to 24 to be the consideration for our 23-24 contract, especially in light of the fact that over $9 million is left over after last year's books were closed. Please see the page I've provided for you with the highlighted line. On page 12, description C reads, excess of revenues over expenditures before other financing sources and uses. Follow with your eyes to the column total of fund of restricted and unrestricted, $9,906,219 and change. Flip to page 13 and see under description number 2, ending balance June 30th. Total fund is $69,607,517 and change. And again, at the bottom of page 13, letter E, unassigned, unappropriated amount, $9,499,839 and change. A reminder to all of our community education partners, parents, staff, administrators, students, and board, the cost of a 1% salary increase for teachers is less than $500,000. The cost to fully cover all medical at the lowest paid HMO is less than $1 million. To offer your teachers the 8% increase we had coming from the state of California and fund the medical would only cost $5 million of the more than $9 million you have. We are not running a savings account. State and federal money flows into the district, and it should flow out at roughly the same rate in any given year. You should have spent $23-24 on 23-24 students. You'll be given an opportunity to right that wrong in the next few weeks, and we are anxious to settle a fair contract soon so that we can already prepare to sunshine articles for the 24-25 contract negotiations. I have a comment about item 12.34 on the consent agenda. I apologize, Mrs. Gonzalez, it's not personal. Julie Gonzalez was hired in January with no experience as an assistant superintendent. She was a director of fiscal services at Oro Grande School District, and she should have come in at the first step. She was already granted step 2 when she started, and now the board is wanting to move her up to step 4, $191K annual, and she's not passed probation, has not been evaluated, and has not been with us a year. That kind of raise is not warranted, especially when the teachers have not settled for last year. The rationale is to bring her salary into alignment with the Assistant Superintendent of Academic Services. But as for Dr. Dwyzon, she's been in AESD for over 4 years. She's earned step 4. No raise for management should be given until all contracts have been settled with bargaining units. I feel it's not very fair to Dr. Dwyzon, who was raised step by step incrementally with years. Step 2, $182,422 to step 4 is $191,543. The increase is about $9,000, and it's exactly a 5% raise. Again, this is not personal. I'm sorry, but right is right, and each step increase is passed with the years, just as it is for teachers. I have to ask, what's the reason Ms. Gonzalez should be boosted up 2 years when she hasn't even passed probation or been evaluated or even been here? A 9,005% raise may not seem like a big deal in view of multi-million-dollar budgets, but it's a big deal to teachers who were shown such little respect at the bargaining table last year and who still are waiting for a fair contract with an appropriate increase on the salary schedule. And finally, I want to address the Board Resolution 5131.2 on bullying. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. We will never eradicate bullying from our children until we deal with the bullying that occurs among the adults modeling for the children. Giving factual information, conducting business in the open, while sometimes unpleasant, is not bullying. Correcting misinformation is not bullying. In the board's own words, no individual shall, through physical, written, verbal, or other means, harass, threaten, or intimidate any other person. I'll just leave that right there and close my remarks with that. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Z, do we have a representative for CSEA?
I do not see Ms. Diane Lynn in the audience.
Thank you. Do we have any audience members that would like to speak?
Madam President, the board will call Becky Galvez to the podium.
Good evening. Mr. Brawley, Mr. Berry, Ms. DeBlow, Dr. Gomez, Dr. Nguyen Hernandez, Dr. Mitchell, and Mr. Kraus, Dr. Albert, and now Dr. Walker. 9 superintendents in 12 years. Our parents, students, and staff deserve better. We deserve consistency and leadership. The only people that hire and fire a superintendent is the board. So when the community asks why such a high turnover, the only place to look is on the days. Superintendent turnover can only have significant negative impacts on a school district, disrupting stability, continuity, long-term planning. Frequent changes in leadership often lead to shifts in priorities, initiatives, and strategic goals, causing confusion among staff and students. This instability can hinder the implementation of important policies and reforms, delaying progress on key educational objectives. Moreover, high turnover can damage relationships between the district leadership and community, eroding trust and morale among stakeholders, including teachers, parents, and students. Financially, the recruitment and onboarding of new superintendents can be costly, draining resources that could otherwise be used for educational programs. Ultimately, frequent superintendent turnover impedes the district's ability to maintain a consistent vision for student success, resulting in lower performance and diminished student outcomes. As it is, the teachers are at impasse with the district, and this can be directly attributed to superintendent turnover. We need change, and we ask voters to help make that change in the upcoming election by voting for a new direction, voting for a new voice. We encourage our community to vote for Mr. Kraus for Area 1.
Z, do we have anyone else?
Madam President, that concludes our speakers for tonight.
Thank you. Trustees, can I get a motion to recess to closed session, please?
Trustee Turner, I motion to recess to closed session.
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
So do I.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, I.
Trustee LaFrench.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. The time is 6:36. Thank you. See you later. Welcome back. Reconvening the open session. The time is 9:09. Call to order. Ms. LeVey, would you please take roll?
Trustee Stewart,
Present.
Trustee Turner,
Turner present.
Trustee Soto,
Soto present.
Trustee La French.
Love French present. The quorum has been established. Section 9, closed session report. 9:01, announcement. I do have some announcements to report. Item 506, report out. It was moved by Turner and second by Trustee Stewart to approve the contract of Mr. Craig Shiflett. I'm so sorry. I'll mess up a name in a minute. I thought I was gonna say a bad word. Shiflett. I'm entertaining after 10 o'clock. Oh, up, okay. Let me go back. It was moved by Turner and second by Trustee Stewart to approve the appointment of Mr. Craig Shiflett for the position of interim assistant superintendent of human resources, effective October the 1st, 2024. The oral report of the recommendation is as follows. The proposed contract is, I skipped something. No, you're good. Okay. The proposed contract is for October the 1st, 2024 to February the 28th, 2025. Salary is $182,422. Health and welfare cap of $19,800. 12 days of sick leave, 24 days of vacation per year, 475 monthly auto allowance, 1,000 reimbursement for life insurance, and 8% tax sheltered retirement contribution. The vote was 4-0. Item for 5.06, report out. It was moved by Trustee Stewart and second by Trustee Soto to approve the contract of Dr. Terry Walker for the position of interim superintendent, effective September the 10th, 2024. The oral report of the recommendation is as follows. The proposed contract is from September the 10th, 2024 to February the 28th, 2025. The salary is $231,000. Health and welfare cap of $19,800. 12 days of sick leave, 24 days of vacation per year, 750 monthly auto allowance, 1,000 reimbursement for life insurance, and 8% tax sheltered retirement contribution.
Madam President, what was the vote on that?
4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving forward, the board took action in closed session to accept the final settlement agreement for due process case number 2024-070973. It was moved by Trustee Turner and second by Trustee Soto. The vote was 4-0. The board took action in closed session to accept the final settlement agreement for due process in case number 2024-080007. It was moved by Trustee Turner and second by Trustee Soto. The vote was 4-0. And that would be all for report outs for closed session. Public testimony. Ms. LeVay, do we have any speakers for public testimony?
Madam President, we do not.
I don't get to read my favorite part of the blurb. Okay, moving on to section 11, adoption of the minutes, 11.01. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve board minutes as written in order filled for the regular board meeting minutes of September the 10th, 2024?
So I motion that we approve the board minutes for September 10, 2024.
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 12, consent agenda. Trustees, we will be taking items 12.02 through 12.35. Does any trustee want to pull an item?
I'm going to pull 12.34.
I had one that I wanted to pull, but I forgot which one it was. I'll talk about it later. It always has something to do with TK, though. $12.05. Okay. With that being said, trustees, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 12.05 and 12.34. Can I get a motion?
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve the remaining consent agenda.
Soto, I'll second.
Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. Can I get a motion to approve section 12.05?
Stewart, I motion to approve.
May I get a second?
Turner, I second.
We're now open for discussion. I pulled this item because TK holds a special place in my heart. I work with children 0 to 5, and I want to say that I think that it's important always to shed a light on how important that TK is, and I want to give a special shout out and a special thanks to those teachers that are in the classroom with those TKers. And I know that it's a wonderful experience to be inside of the classroom with them. I have served this children 0 to 5 for probably the last almost 30 years. I love being with that age group. They come to school every day with excitement to be in school. They love their teacher. They love their little classroom. Sometimes it's their first experience being away from home. And I was glad to see the collaboration between superintendents of school and us being able to have our teachers go. And I was glad to read that the DRDP could possibly be something that we were implementing that I've probably been doing for the last 30 years, the DRDP. The DRDP is an excellent tool, and I just wanted to always bring light to TK when I can. Thank you. Can I get an approval?
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. May I get a motion to approve section 12.34?
Stewart, I motion to approve.
Turner's, I second.
We're open for discussion.
So I pulled this item so that we can discuss this. I understand the reservations of this, but I truly believe that Ms. Gonzalez has earned everything, and for this realignment, yes, she has not been here as long, but that doesn't mean she has less passion than Dr. Dwyzon, and they are equals, I believe. And I believe that because they are equals, that she should be paid accordingly. So, time, sometimes it isn't enough. You have those who work at a job for 30 years, and you have those who work a job for 30 weeks and make more of an impact. So I just wanted to bring this out.
Were you referring to me when you said 30 years just now?
No, my love.
I thought I just said 30, just asked it.
I just pulled the number out, but
That's a wonderful number.
but I wanted the sentiment to portray how some people, they do work, and she's had to do a lot, and she's working a lot with the departments, the coordinators, and she always has a positive spin. So.
And I concur with Trustee Stewart. When you joined us back in January, was it? February, wow. You didn't expect to come to a place that, the conditions that we were in. We hadn't had a CBO, a sitting CBO, in that seat for almost 2 years. And you hit the ground running. Actually, you ran a marathon, and you're still running it.
And you're still running out.
And, I just have to say that normally this is not something that we would do, but you deserve every penny of that. Okay? And the job that you do is remarkable. And I just want to tell you that. I really believe that we would be in deep trouble had you not come and did the work that you're doing, your team, training your team and providing the services that we desperately need. If we're not financially solvent, we're nothing. We can't give our children the education that they deserve. And, I believe that we're getting there. We still have some hurdles to cross, but you're leading the pack. And I just want to say we appreciate everything that you've done for us. Okay.
Yeah, I completely concur with the statements that have been made. The only, we don't want to also diminish any of the experience or seniority from others. And so I just want to take the time to also acknowledge that those that have been here for a long time do deserve to be recognized and do deserve to get a raise as well. And so I will be supporting this. At the same time, I want to make sure that no one is overlooked. I want to make sure that everyone also is being seniority is respected. So I just want to be careful with, how we're doing this. And of course, some of the comments that were made were, had some reservations where of course are valid. And taking all of that into consideration, the comments that were made, your experience, your passion, your dedication that you've put in so far, does it does make it fair, and it is what is needed at the time for this district, and for you to continue doing your job with us. So we thank you. I thank you, and I will be supporting this.
Real quick, just because now that I sit here and think, I'm not, when I said the 30 years to the weeks, I'm thinking of some no-name factory. I'm not talking about a district like here, like somebody. It was just I use examples in the classroom all the time. I used one here. So it wasn't to dig at anybody. I don't want my words to be misconstrued and turned around. It was just an example, but I still stand by them.
Very well spoken. Thank you. I don't think anyone took it as that. I especially have never worked for a district. For the last 30 years, I haven't. I wouldn't still be working maybe if I had. When am I going to retire? Okay.
All right.
Ms. LeVay, would you please take that vote?
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion pass. We appreciate you down there. Thank you.
Madam President, the time is 9:26, and would you like to extend the meeting so we can finish the rest of the items?
Yes, please. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting till 10 o'clock, please?
Stewart, I motion that we extend the meeting to 10 o'clock.
Soto, I'll second.
Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion pass. Moving on to section 14, new business. 1401, trustees, can I get a motion to approve Proposition 28, Arts and Music in Schools Annual Report for 2023-24 school year?
Stewart, I motion to approve.
Soto, I'll second that motion.
Ms. LeVay, will you please we're open for discussion?
I'm just glad we have the arts.
I am too.
I'm also glad. But when will we get our first report, our first quarterly report on this?
We were working out the dates, but it's projected to be December to get our first quarterly report.
Okay, thank you, Dr. DeWiseman.
Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion pass. 14.02, trustees, can I get a motion to approve the Expanded Learning and Opportunities Program 3-year plan 2024 to 27, and the Expanded Learning and Opportunities Program proposed annual budget for 2024 through 25?
Trustee Turner, motion to approve.
Soto, I'll second.
Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Any discussion?
That's right.
When will we expect a quarterly report on this one?
December.
Okay.
Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 14.03, trustees, can I get a motion to approve the tentative agreement by and between the Adelanto Elementary School District and the California School Employees Association, chapter number 451, and the corresponding AB 1200 for fiscal year 2023-24?
Stewart, I motion to approve.
Turner, I second.
We're open for discussion.
I'm just glad that we reached this one. You know, it doesn't feel right when things don't go. So it's just nice that we can move on to the next school year.
I concur.
So do I.
Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
And so do I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, I. Section 14.04. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve resolution number 24.25.09 and Form J-13A to request for allowance of attendance to the California Department of Education due to emergency conditions for Adelanto Elementary School District for September 11th, 2024 due to the bridge fire.
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve.
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion.
I just want to say that, you know, even though the other districts stayed open, I still stand by our decision. It was a bad day, the day prior, and we didn't know. And I know that parents had to make plans for their kids just in case. And for us to say the night prior we would be closed, they then had time to make arrangements for their children instead of waiting for the last minute. And if things had been worse, then they had to scramble. So I still stand by our decision.
I completely concur with the statement. Other districts waited until the morning to make a final decision of the day of the school. So the fact of the school day. So the fact that we as a district took the initiative and closed the school, took action the day before, so that, again, what Trustee Stewart had mentioned, so that parents can plan out what they'll do, you know, plan out their day or schedule whatever it is that they have scheduled. But yes, I stand by the decision that we made. As a matter of fact, a lot of parents were actually very positive with the feedback that we decided to close the schools when we decided to close the schools. So I concur with the statement that was made. In addition, the fire that we were facing and feeling was directly hitting Adelanto. So our school was affected much differently as well than other districts in the high desert. So yeah, I just want to share that as well. And I just want to thank my colleague for bringing that up as well.
And I too concur. The air was dangerous. It was really bad. And for the health and safety of our students and staff, I'm glad that we closed. We had a lot of families affected by that fire in Wrightwood. And I don't know how many families that are employed in the district lost their homes, but, you know, it was a devastating time. And, you know, I'm happy that we made the decision early, you know, to close the district. And so with that being said, you know, I wholeheartedly support this decision.
With that being said, Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
So I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, I. Motion passed. Section 14.05. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve the job description for the transportation dispatcher?
Trustee Turner, motion to approve.
Stewart, you're slow. Stewart, I second.
Open for discussion. That's what happens when it gets to be 10 o'clock. Z, would you please take the vote? Mrs. LeVay, I'm sorry.
Trustee Soto?
So I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, I. Motion pass. Section 15, policies, introductions, updates, and readings. 15.01. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve and adopt the second read revision of Board Policy 5131.2, bullying?
So do I motion that we approve.
Turner, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. Section 15.02. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve and adopt the second read revisions of Administrative Regulation 5131.2, bullying?
Stewart, I motion to approve.
French, I second. We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 15.03. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve and adopt the second read revision of Board Policy 5141.21, administering medication and monitoring health conditions?
Soto, I motion that we approve.
Stewart, I second.
Discussion? Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 15.04. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve and adopt the second revision of Administrative Regulation 5141.21, administering medication and monitoring health conditions?
Stewart, I motion to approve.
Soto, I'll second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
And Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 16, governing board members' reports and announcement. Would any trustee like to report out?
I would. I always save.
Thank you, Stuart.
I always save, for time's sake, but not tonight.
Uh-oh.
No, first thing I wanted to say, and I may have said this, but it's been a while. I got to visit Columbia a few weeks ago, and Principal Cosart, she walked me around. I was there for almost an hour. But seeing her interact with the kids would come up to her and, hey, Miss Cosart, they'd ask her questions and she was receptive, and you really felt a positive vibe with the kids. And I really enjoyed the time that I had with, there at the school. Another thing I want to say is, the board has to act as a board. One board member cannot make decisions for the whole board. One board member cannot not direct an employee to do anything, even the superintendent. So to think that one board member is doing everything is incorrect. And I need to make that very, very clear, because there's a lot of things going on. The board must work together in consensus. We don't always agree. Sometimes we do. Sometimes we don't. But the majority has to work. So if we need something done, as a board, we take it to our superintendent. Also, as a board, we work with the recommendation of the superintendent, whoever that is. Okay, all of the information is supposed to go from the superintendent to the board. And we act on what the superintendent says. We don't just go off on our own and want to just have our way. That's not how it works. Okay, so I just wanted to make it clear, because there's some things being said. It's like, but that's not how it works, and I just wanted to lay the facts out there for everyone to hear. So hopefully there's no more misunderstandings about how the board works. Did I miss anything? I think I'm good for tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Crystal
you.
clear. Much appreciated.
I would like, for the past couple weeks, well, it's been a long time, Mesa Linda had been silent for a minute, and now it's stirring back up. It was brought up at the last board meeting, and, and today, of course, what's the fighting at Mesa Linda. And Interim Superintendent Dr. Walker, I would like you to, with board consensus, to look into what's going on at Mesa Linda and see what needs to be done to curtail this violence with the students being suspended, not leaving the school, parents dropping children off that's been suspended, and they're not being sent back home. So if you can look into that, and board, with your consensus, I would like to direct the superintendent to look into that.
I think so. I think we were hearing a lot of recent challenges that are going on in that district. We know, or in that school, I'm sorry. We know that school has its challenges, but right now something is really going on. So I completely agree with my colleague.
I also agree the district should be supporting Mrs. Turnipseed. I know she's trying there. I also know that she and Mrs. Cosart are actually like collaborating, like trying to create sister schools. But I think Mesa Linda really needs support. And if those kids don't leave, then they're trespassing. I'm sorry. I don't know why that's being tolerated. I don't understand. So, yes, I concur.
I concur.
Thank you, President Love French and the trustees. Now that I have gotten direction, I will move forward to work with my cabinet team to support Mesa Linda and resolve the concerns that we have.
Thank you, Dr. Walker.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything else to say?
I have nothing else to say, Madam President, for tonight. Besides, I'll be reporting out next meeting, the trip that we'll be heading out tomorrow with some of my colleagues to New Orleans or Seattle. I'm sorry.
I was about to say, you guys are going on two
That's what I
trips
had.
without
That's
me?
what I had for lunch. I had a New Orleans salmon. I'm sorry. But tomorrow we'll be heading
It's
out
after
to
10 o'clock.
yes,
Almost.
to Seattle, and I'll be reporting out when we come back. Everyone have a wonderful night. Thank you.
It is. Okay, moving on to, as far as for myself, I have no comments tonight. Section 17, Interim Superintendent Reports and Announcements with Dr. Walker.
Good evening, Madam President, Love French, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, AESD staff, and the community. I hope this message finds each of you well. I wanted to share some recent activities and upcoming events that reflect our commitment to our students and the community of AESD. Starting off with site visits, I recently visited Braddock and Morgan Kincaid to engage with our schools and staff, and it was quite an enjoyable day. Vertical articulation. I initiated a discussion with Mr. Cole, the superintendent of Victor Valley Union High School District, to enhance our collaboration. As our students are moving from 8th grade to high school, we need to know how are they faring when they get to high school. And so that articulation has begun. The next item is community engagement. I met with Virginia from the city of Adelanto to plan exciting events, including the upcoming bike giveaway, canned food drive, our Christmas tree lighting ceremony, and the Christmas parade. To address recent social media threats, I invited all staff to a voluntary virtual meeting. The goals of this meeting were to provide peace of mind to the AESD family, to reassure everyone about the systems and protocols in place for students for such incidents as we've been having over the past week or so. In addition, to address any questions or concerns. So it's better that they're hearing it from me than hearing it and seeing it on social media. So that was the reason for the meeting. Looking ahead, I'm excited about the collaboration with ADTA and CSEA Chapter 451 tomorrow. We're meeting with ADTA in the morning, and then we're having lunch with ADTA and CSEA, and then meeting with CSEA in the afternoon. And the purpose of this is to rebuild trust and develop a collaborative relationship for what's best for the district. In addition, I am very happy to say that HR teams will be participating in the October City of Victorville Fall Festival, which will be a great opportunity to share information about our district and the available job openings. Additionally, I will be attending along with my cabinet member, Ms. Gonzalez, the grand opening ceremony of the new park in Adelanto on Saturday, September the 28th at 12 p.m. Please join us. We'd love to see you there. And with that, thank you all for your ongoing support and dedication. Together, I am confident that we will continue to achieve great things for our district and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Section 18, adjournment. Trustees, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Stewart, I motion to adjourn. Turner.
You can take it.
I'm too slow, apparently. I'll second.
I almost said French too. Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Do we need a discussion? No, I'm joking.
Please no.
I'll take the vote. Trustee Soto.
Soto, I'll second.
Trustee.
Yes, sorry.
It's okay, Soto.
Oh, my Lord.
Tired.
Trustee
I'm
Soto.
super tired. Yes, let's go home.
Okay. Trustee Turner.
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart.
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench.
Love French, I motion passed. The time is 9:48. For those of you that are here still with us, please drive safe and thank you for staying. We appreciate it. Thank you. A meeting